Hello, 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 friends. How's it going? How is your Wednesday going? I just realized that I don't have my wine. I mean, I have it, but it's not here. I left it in another room. So I will have to go get that during the first sprint. Love that for me. But how's it going? How's everyone's Wednesday going? Something's in my eye. How's everyone's Wednesday going? What is everybody up to? What is everybody reading, drinking? When I go get it, will be drinking Stella Rosa Black. I ran out of the Black Girl Magic Red Blend, so I haven't been to the store to buy more. So I will be drinking Stella Rosa Black today, which is still a red wine, but just a very different wine. It's like on the sweeter side. If you've never had it, it is quite delicious if you like sweet wine. But if you prefer like real wine, then you probably won't like it because it'll taste like juice to you. But yeah, that is what I will be drinking, and I will be reading the poll pick for the third poll, which reminds me, and I will probably say this again at some point this evening once more folks have joined us. But poll number 4 is up, so you can go vote for the fourth and final poll pick. And we'll see what ends up winning and who ends up getting those points. But yeah, I'm going to be reading the third poll pick and also editing so that I can get out to you guys the second video for the Vampire Diaries cast recommends me books. So that's what I'm working on right now, the witch and the vampire recommendations. So yeah, I finished the book. Did I finish it? No, I finished it a couple of days ago. I just haven't edited the video yet. So I'm trying to edit it today so that it can go up tomorrow. That is the plan. So that is what I'm going to be working on. Let me know in the comments what you guys are going to be doing, what you guys are going to be drinking, what you guys are up to this evening, how your day's been, how your week's been. This week has been pretty good. I met up with an old colleague of mine on Tuesday, and we had lunch, which was really nice. And we kind of got to catch up on like all the drama and chaos that has ensued since I left. So not the job that I just left earlier this year, the job that I left last year. So yeah, they are moving on to greater and better things. And so we decided we'd get together and kiki a bit. So that was a fun time. And we're actually going to do happy hour next week to do more kikiing with more coworkers. So yeah, it's been a good week. Work hasn't been too hectic. It's been like a lot, but like not in a bad way. So that's one of the reasons why I'm late. I was working, but it happens. But yeah, work has been good. Everything I obviously better than I did like a week or two ago. I'm no longer like dying on my deathbed with pneumonia. I am much better. So yeah, things are going great. Let me know how you guys are doing. We're gonna jump into these comments and then we're gonna get into a sprint. Hello. Oh, somebody teleported? Who teleported? I don't know how to do the teleportation thing. That's awesome, though, that it worked. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Elena. Hello, Elena. Hello, Cherie here in Atlanta. Nice. Just got word of closure. So the entire... Wow. Why are there going to be closures? Entire bottle of wine tonight. Why are there going to be closures? What's going on in Atlanta? Hello, Cherie. Hello, Vanessa. I will say that Vanessa is absolutely killing it as a faction leader. Like, if I was playing in this game, which obviously I'm not because I can see everything, but if I was like a player in the game, I would want to be on Vanessa's team because she is killing the game. Like, I am so impressed with how she is maneuvering this whole readathon. Are y'all getting snow? Yeah, what's going on in Atlanta? Hello, Vanessa. Hello, Glenda. Currently reading This Spells Love. You should finish it tonight. Okay. How are you liking that? I haven't heard of this one. Although I feel like maybe I have. The title doesn't sound familiar per se, but I feel like I remember seeing a book in the bookstore or something that had that title. But let me look it up to see if the cover looks familiar, because I could be getting it mixed up. Especially like this time of year, there are so many books that are like, especially like the witchy romance, all that kind of stuff. Like there's a bunch of books where it's like safe, what is it? Something about safe hex instead of like safe sex, or like no hexing and driving instead of no texting and driving. Like, there's a bunch of like, those cute witchy romancy kind of books or whatever. So I get them all mixed up. Let's see. This spells love. Oh, is this Kate? Is it Kate Robb or Katie Robb? I never know how to say this author's name. No, I don't think I've seen this before. But you know what? You know why I feel like this is familiar? I think I saw you guys talking about this in the Discord. This is not the book that I thought it was before I looked it up. I thought I was picturing a different book that I remember seeing in Barnes& and Noble a couple weeks ago. But I think this might have been a book that you guys talked about in the Discord, which is why it looks familiar. Yay! Can you guess which one is the Human Factions book? You'll never know. Well, I mean, you'll know once the vlog comes out, but for now, you'll never know. No, oh, there's a hurricane. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh my gosh. Well, stay safe. Hopefully you've been to, the grocery store or whatever you need so that you are stocked up and ready to go. I'll be reading 2 books, Thunderhead by Neil Schusterman and A Broken Blade by Melissa Blair. What's a broken blade? I'm assuming that that's different from 5 broken blades, right? A broken blade. Ooh, this cover looks very intimidating. I think I've seen this cover before. Huh. Kira is a killer. As the king's blade, she is the most talented spy in the kingdom and the king's favorite assassin. Dun dun dun. It looks good though. Fantasy, fae, romantasy, YA. Okay. Could be good. Has 3.9 stars on Goodreads, which anything that's above like a 3.8 on Goodreads, I'm like, not bad. Because sometimes Goodreads score it's hard to get up to that 4 for some reason on Goodreads. And it has 22,000 ratings. So sounds good. Hello, Donna. Currently cooking dinner, but when I read, it'll be from Children of Virtue and Vengeance. How did this month go so fast? I know. It is wild that we are like at the end of the month. That is pretty crazy. Like I was thinking about that yesterday. I was like, oh, this is like the last full week of the month. Like next week is October. That's wild. Also, Donna, when are we starting? When are we starting? What is it called? What is I can't think of what the series, the mouse, what is it called? Cat and Mouse? Whatever that series is called. What is it? Are we starting in October or are we starting in November? I can't remember what month we decided to start. So remind me so that because I'm trying to put my TBR together for next month. So if this needs to be on my TBR for next month, I need to make sure that I don't like forget to put it on there. Reading The Prince of Nowhere via audiobook and moisturizing and twisting my hair. Nice. What do you use to moisturize your hair? Hello to Donna. Hello, Glenda. Glad you're not. Yeah. I feel so much better. I still have like a little bit of a cough, but I don't feel like I'm dying. Like before, I was just like wrapped in a blanket, like just like this, like just not talking to anybody, not doing anything. And then when I had to get on like camera for like, what was it, game night or the decade dance or whatever it was, like I would be like, like everything's great. But then I would turn the camera off and be like, just go back into my hole. So yeah, I actually feel so much better now. I'm in a bit of a funk, but I have an extra long weekend to look forward to, 4 days. So I'm excited about that. Nice. That's nice. Why do you have an extra long weekend? Is it a holiday? Is there something happening that I don't remember? Trust me, that happens a lot. Anytime there's a holiday and we have off on like a Monday, I don't realize until Friday that we have off on Monday. And I'm that person that would accidentally show up to work on Monday, not realizing that it's a holiday. I have done that before. Having a good week on vacation at the beach. Very nice. Hope you're having a great time at the beach. Oh, nice. Awesome. Did not know that. I also don't know how to do that. So that's super cool. I'm liking Spells for Love. Spells for Love. This spells love more than I thought I would. It's cute and I feel like it's giving autumn vibes, although I think it starts during the summer. Hey, that's okay. Most people start counting the summer as autumn. Like once you hit like the end of August, it turns into fall anyway, even though it's technically still summer. Like, so yeah, that's fine. That's acceptable. It's like a spell gone wrong, and she ends up in an alternate universe in love with her best friend. Interesting. Okay. When you said it's like a spell gone wrong, my first thought was like the X Hex, the Kiss Curse. But yeah, ending up in an alternate universe. Very different. The cover of Broken Blades has autumn leaves on it. It does. It does. I love a Broken Blade, Glenda. It's so fun. I need to read the third one. Oh, this is a series? Oh, it does say the Halfling Saga. It definitely does say that. Hello, Aaliyah. Gonna try to finish The Apprentice to the Villain so I can get one book down for the month ends. Nice. Apprentice to the Villain. That is the second one, right? I think the first one is Assistant to the Villain. So how are you liking? I'm assuming that you've started this already. How are you liking Apprentice to the Villain? I hear mixed things about it. I've heard some people they really like it just as much as they like the first one, and then I hear other people say they're like, "Bleh." It should have just stopped after the first book. Using I have no idea how to say this word. Sacred? I'm assuming that that means Beyonce. Beyonce's brand, maybe? Moisture sealing lotion and Curl Mix's pure flaxseed gel. If that is Beyonce, Beyonce has a hairline? I was not aware of this. It's probably a book that you okay, nice, cool. I will have to add it to my list. Hello, Steph. I'll be continuing my reread of Ashes and the Star-Cursed King this evening. Very nice. I was gonna say we will need to message about our buddy Reed. We plan Saints of Fair and Haunted Adeline for October and Haunted Adeline and where's Molly for no okay, yeah. So I need to make a note of this so that I can add the book and make sure I can get it from the library. You said it right. Okay, yeah, I had no idea that Beyonce had a hair care line. This is news to me. I think I'm going to start Antibot. Okay, that has been pretty popular. I feel like I've seen a lot of people reading that over, let's say, like maybe the last 2 months or so. I've seen quite a few people talk about this book, and I don't know like why it has had like this resurgence of people talking about it and reading it. But yeah, let me know if you end up liking it. Maybe I'll pick that up too. I'm getting FOMO at this point. There's a Canadian holiday on Monday. Oh, cool. National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And a more local Tuesday. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce that word because I will absolutely butcher it. But something Treaty Day. Okay. What is Truth and Reconciliation? National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. What does that mean? Is that related to like a war or something? It's like when a war ended? Or is it just like Canadians are all about like telling the truth? Like, tell me more about this. I am fascinated by the name of this holiday. I only have 74 pages left. Nice. I'm enjoying it just as much as the first one. Good. Annotating is slowing me down with this read, but I couldn't pick up anything else for some reason. Hey, I mean, if you're enjoying it, don't force yourself to pick up something else. But that's awesome that you're enjoying it and that you're annotating it. Sounds like you're having a great time. I love that. Wrote it down on my calendar so I would not forget. Smart. This is why they pay you the big bucks, Donna. If you marry, exactly. That's why I'm like, tell me more about this holiday. Like, how do we get in on this? Right. But with our listen, I don't know if anybody heard, but apparently someone decided to trying to figure out how to say this in a way that's not gonna upset YouTube. But like someone took a weapon and fired at the campaign office in Arizona, I think it was, for VP Harris. And I am just a little bit confused as to why someone would do that because more often than not, the person that is running for office isn't going to be in the campaign office. So, what was the purpose of firing on that building? Also, no one was in the building, which on the one hand is great and fantastic that no one was there. That way, no one was injured. But also, like, what, like, why did you do that? Like, what were you thinking? Like, I don't, right? Like, I don't understand why what was the thought process here? I'm trying to understand. Like what were you trying to do? I guess is my question for that person. This is America. It is. It really is. It's related to how Canada mistreats us Indigenous people for centuries and finally needed to do something about it. It's more terrible news came out a few years ago about residential schools. Interesting. Huh. So I'm assuming that that is similar to what the US attempted to do because I don't think that it's something that has been formally announced or changed. It's just kind of something that people have adapted, and some people still reject the idea of changing, like Thanksgiving, not Thanksgiving, changing Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. I think that's what they wanted to call it. So I guess it's a similar thing to what the US attempted to do, but you guys actually did it successfully, which is most things when it comes to Canada and America. Uh, Apparently, exactly. I'm just like, what was the purpose? Like, what were you trying to do? Like, did you just not understand the assignment, or like, was there a mistake made? Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, what was happening in here when you did that? I don't get it. I'm a little bit lost. All I'm saying is whoever made they're eating the cats and listen, TikTok and Instagram Reels and all that stuff has really changed the way that people view politics. They too a for effort. Oh, a for effort a little too literally, yeah. Yeah. A bit too literally, I'd say. But yeah, that was just a very strange thing when I heard about that. I was just like happy, like I said, that nobody was there, nobody got hurt, but also like, why did you do that? Hello, Elises. How's it going? How's your Wednesday? All right, we have made it to the end of the comments. So I am going to hello to Elises and Aaliyah. I think our favorite remix is who's gonna tell him? I'm gonna pull up the timer. Let me share my screen. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Share. Excellent. Oops. I just got out of work. I'm exhausted. Well, oh, sorry. I didn't mean to start. I didn't know this timer was going to start. My bad. What was I saying? Oh, well, that's good that you were out of work. Now you can come home, relax, kick your feet up, read a book, drink a glass of wine, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Sometimes I find myself singing, I'm here to do. Hello to Glenda. Everyone saying hello to Glenda. All right. Oh, and Nightbot compelling you to subscribe. All right. I am going to start this timer, work on the video, and grab my wine so that when we come back, I am prepared for Wind Down Wednesday. So I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? Also, were you guys able to hear the noise that it makes when like the timer is up? Because you guys could hear that sound, but now I'm not sure because when we had what was it? The decade dance. When we did the decade dance the other day, people were not able to hear the music that was playing. And so I don't know if it was like YouTube or like StreamYard like doing its thing where it prevents you from basically being able to like copyright yourself. Because maybe it recognized that I was like trying to play, music or whatever. So maybe it just like wouldn't let me do it. Or if you guys could never hear the sound this entire time and I just didn't know and I assumed that you could. So let me know the little like sound that it makes at the end of the timer. Let me know if you're actually able to hear that or if I'm the only one that can hear that. But also, besides that, how did you guys do during that sprint? Also, don't mind me. I said that I was going to pour my wine and then I forgot to pour my wine. So I am pouring my wine as we speak. So that's what I'm doing. If you're wondering why I'm like looking over in the corner like this, trying to fill up my my wine glass or blood bag, I guess in this case. But yeah, how did you guys do during that sprint? I did not get any reading done. I did get a little bit of editing done. Not a ton, but I did get some editing done during that sprint. And then obviously we did the question of the day. I had to get some stuff set up for later this week, which reminds me, and I may make this announcement again later in the sprints, just in case there are folks that join us that were, that are not here right now. Some people join us later. But if you have not done so already, I highly, whoa, just shut up. I highly recommend entering any books that you have completed. I recommend entering those before the end of the day tomorrow. That is my recommendation. You can do whatever you want, but I think that it could possibly be in your best interest, depending on, who you are and what team you're on and, things of that nature. But it may behoove you to enter any books that you have finished reading. If you're still working on a book, then don't worry about it. But if you have finished reading a book that you have not submitted yet, I recommend that you do that. So yeah, just, friendly words of advice, possibly. Could I be steering you in the wrong direction? Also possible. So yeah, do with that information what you will. But yeah, how did you guys do during that sprint? What did you guys get up to? I know we had a couple of folks that joined us during that sprint. Let's see, go back to where, like, who joined. I know that Camilla joined us. Jaleesa also joined us. Christina, whoops, where's Christina? Oh yeah, here we go. Christina joined us. Jaleesa joined us and is reading. Margaret joined us for a bit, but I know that she's busy editing, like working on some edits. So good luck with that. We had Chris join us. We also had Nikki join us. And then, like I said, we had Camilla join us. So some new friends. Also, apparently, Lexi has joined us, was roped into being a line judge for high school volleyball tonight. So just got home from that. Oh, that sounds fun. I have never played volleyball outside of like gym class. But volleyball looks like a really intense sport. Like the way they be like, maybe it's just beach volleyball, but like the way they're like diving for the ball, I'm just like, I don't want to play that. Didn't hear. Oh, okay, so you guys cannot hear the sound when it plays. Great. I'm gonna have to maybe look into why that is the case. I don't know what setting I would need to change to make it so that you guys can hear videos, like when I share my screens, that you guys can hear like, the sound that's coming from whatever I'm sharing. But good to know. This whole time I thought you guys could hear. I didn't know that you guys can hear this whole time. Got to 69%. Nice. Finished moisturizing and twisting your hair. Excellent. Started a new Sudoku puzzle. Almost done with it. Oh, nice. I have never played Sudoku because I don't understand how to play it. I know that it's like crossword puzzle, but like with numbers, but I don't understand. And I'm also not great at math. So just rather quit while I'm ahead, Yes, and you guys couldn't hear it. Yeah, did not know that. This entire time, there's like a vampire whoosh noise that happens at the end of the timer that apparently I was the only one that could hear this entire time. Did not know that. So yeah, I'll have to look into that to figure out why you guys can't hear it. Hello to Lexi. Have 35 pigs left. Pigs or pages? Maybe that's supposed to say pages. 35 pages left, and I see now why people didn't like it. Still enjoying it though. Interesting. Okay, okay. I'm just saying, you know? I mean, you should be submitting your books as you go anyway, but I know that some people like they forget or they just don't get around to it. So I think that it could possibly maybe be beneficial for some people depending on who you are to submit books that you have finished reading. That's all. Made it to 50% of the accomplice and ate dinner. Nice. What did you have for dinner? Don't understand my volleyball. Don't understand volleyball. All I knew is to move the flag toward the court, and if it's in and over my shoulder, it's out. That would be me. I'll be like, okay, just tell me what to do because I don't understand how sports work. There's no math. Oh, really? I thought that it was like you were like adding and stuff. See, this is I don't know. I don't know how to play this game. Read a little bit, trying to figure out dinner. I suck at submitting books. Well, now is your time. You know, there's no. Oh, so, like, how does it work? I love Sudoku. It's a calming but challenging game. So, what makes it challenging? I thought the math was what made it challenging. But if there's not any math involved, then now I don't understand how to play this game. Unrelated to that, I was watching the news this morning, which is something that I don't normally do. But I was watching the news this morning, and they were talking about tipping. Oh, that is so good. They were talking about tipping and how it's become like an issue. And granted, this is like a very like American problem. Um, but it's funny because I was just talking to my brother about this on Sunday. I didn't know it was like a nationwide thing that it would make it onto like the Today Show or Good Morning America or whatever I was watching. Wasn't expecting it to go that far, but there was just something that we were talking about. And then so to see it on the news this morning, I was like, oh, okay, maybe I was on to something. Like maybe I wasn't just over here like complaining or whatever. But they were saying that apparently people are feeling like overwhelmed with the number of times or places that they're asked to tip. And they were talking about how like normally it's like at restaurants, when you're sitting down at a restaurant, you have like a waiter or whatever. But like now everywhere you go, they're like asking for tips. You could go to, a fast food place and like or like, one of those places that has like the kiosk thing where you like, it's a touch screen or whatever. It'll be like, do you want a tip? 5% or 10% or whatever. And you like have to click or whatever. It could be like at like the pretzel stand. It could be like if you're not even at food places now, like if you're going to like get your nails done or like anything that has one of those screens that like flips around, it like asks you if you want a tip. And so people are apparently feeling this. I think they said like 60% of America is feeling like very overwhelmed and they're feeling like obligated and like coerced into tipping, which I thought was really interesting. And so I'm curious to know what you guys' thoughts are on tipping and if you guys are represented in that 60%. But yeah, I thought it was interesting because I do think that tipping is, in my opinion, a controversial topic. We won't get into like why you do or don't tip. It doesn't matter. Just the question is, do you feel, pressured to tip like the news is alleging? I'm just curious to know if you guys are feeling that as well. Caught up a little on news. My brain wants to quit, but I have so much to do. Oh no. Read 2 chapters of Empire of Silence by Christopher Ruscio. And ate a burger and onion rings for dinner. Nice. Made chicken curry and white rice. Oh, that sounds so good. You just put numbers in the boxes, but none can be in the same row. Oh. Okay. When you say it like that, it sounds super easy, but I imagine that it's probably very difficult. You just count to 9 each row and column and box. Just have to have the numbers 1 through 9, and you can't have any numbers repeated in any row, column, or box. It's easier to explain in person, I think. No, I mean, I understand. I think I can visualize like what you're describing. And like I said, it sounds really easy, but I feel like it's probably not nearly as easy as you're making it out to be. It's probably super complicated. It's one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then you go to do it, you're like, yeah, I knew what you meant. I don't tip at restaurants unless a worker is personally taking my order and bringing me my food. Obviously, tip my hairdresser. And see, that's interesting that you say you tip your hairdresser. Hold on, wait, where's that message at? Interesting that you say that you tip your hairdresser because I remember when I was growing up, this was like in high school. I forget who told me this, but it probably was like my aunt or someone. I don't remember who it was, but someone told me that like you don't tip the hairdresser, you tip the shampoo, like the person that like shampoos and conditions your hair. Because I guess a lot of times they are either like interns or they're working for free, like volunteer to get like experience, so they're not actually getting paid or something like that. Whereas a hairdresser is like getting paid whatever you pay to get your hair done. So I heard that you're supposed to tip what they call the shampoo girl. I'm sure that's a very outdated term to use nowadays, but that's what it was called back when I was, told this information. But yeah, that's what I was told. I don't know how true that is. I don't go to the salon to get my hair done. My mom, thankfully, does my hair, so I don't have to worry about tipping anybody when it comes to my hair. So yeah, tipping is only custom in America because the average American doesn't get paid a living wage. So I never feel pressure. I just do a base tip and then go up based on service. Nice, yeah. And that was the other thing that they were talking about on the news too. They were saying that a lot of people apparently, the 60% that is feeling pressured and stuff like that, that they would rather pay more money for whatever the service is, whether it's food or like you say, getting your hair done or whatever. They'd rather pay more for the service than to have to pay for the service and then separately like pay the tip. And then I think maybe part of this whole idea might also have to do with the fact that in some, and I guess many establishments, people's tips are like taxed. So they're not even getting the full amount of the tip that you're giving them. So I think that that might play a role in it. They didn't like specifically say that, but they mentioned the fact that like, the candidates that are running for president have mentioned, and like there's a couple of states that have on the ballot, something to kind of take, I think it might be DC, maybe even, that is like trying to take away taxes on tips. So I don't know if that has anything to do with why this 60% feels that way. I'm not trying to say like the 60% is like wrong or right. I actually agree with the 60%. I do oftentimes feel pressure to tip. And I do think that I would prefer to just pay more upfront than to have to see a price on the menu or on the bill or whatever. And then you go down and it's like, oh, psych, it's actually like 20% more than what we told you. It's like, I would rather you just tell me what it is up front. But yeah, I just thought it was an interesting topic to have on the news and to see that there are so many people that are feeling some kind of way about this. Because I feel like I have felt a way about it for years, and I just felt very validated seeing it on the news. Hello, Lachette. How are you? About to go live on Facebook, so I'm popping in to see what's going on at the grill. Oh, nice. Have a great Facebook Live. Yeah, we're just in here talking about tipping, which now that I think about it, it actually makes sense that we're talking about tipping because this whole thing is supposed to be like happy hour at the grill. You would like tip your waiter, but like that's not why I brought this up. It wasn't meant to be like a correlation thing here, just as a coincidence. Tip my hairdresser and nail tech. Yeah. I've heard too that with nail techs, I forget what it is. It's like a similar thing to the hairdresser, but I can't remember like what the rule is supposed to be. I don't remember. If I'm in a restaurant, it's a no-brainer. However, delivery tipping is wild. See, I agree with this as well. I do find it strange that delivery people, however you say it, that they are also wanting a tip. Because I feel like when you're in a restaurant and like the waiter is like running back and forth, like putting your order in, bringing your order out, bringing you water, napkins, whatever, checking in on you, seeing how you're doing. They got to memorize the specials and read off to you. And if it's your birthday, they got to say happy birthday. Like, that kind of stuff. Like, I get it. But as a delivery driver, and maybe there's someone here who is a delivery driver that maybe can speak to this, because oftentimes people feel some kind of way just out of ignorance because they don't know any better. But yeah, I do find it strange that like all you did was like pick up the food and deliver it to me. You didn't make the food. You didn't put the order in. Like you just picked it up and brought it to me. And it's not like you're not getting paid to do that. You're getting paid to do that, but then you also want me to tip you as well. And then if you put like special instructions on like how you want the delivery to be done, they don't follow the special instructions, but then still want to tip. So yeah, listen, it's a whole thing. I do tend to tip mainly in restaurants where someone is serving me. And my hairdresser, the shampoo girl, is usually the one who does my hair, so it works out. Yeah. See, a lot of times it depends on where you go, I guess, because sometimes that is the case where you have one person who sticks with you like the whole time. They do everything. They wash it, they condition it. If they have to do some kind of treatment on it, they do the treatment. If it needs to be trimmed, they give you the trim, and then they do the style. Like they do it all. But then in other places you go, they'll have somebody who's like maybe like new, and so they're not somebody that has like a chair where they can do hair. They're like new, trying to get their feet wet, trying to get experience. They might be in hair school currently. And so this is just kind of like, almost like I said, like an internship type thing where they will be the ones that do the shampooing and the conditioning. And then they pass you off to like someone that's more experienced to do the styling. Hello to Lachette. My hairdresser is also the one who is cutting and washing it and spending an hour blow drying my hair, even when I tell her it's fine. I just wish people exactly. And that's what I think the issue is like we have passed off the responsibility to the customer. If it's like I understand that people who work in the restaurant business, waiters and servers and things, I understand that like they don't make a lot of money. Because in the past, when I used to ask like, why do we tip? Like, what is the point of that? I don't understand. The response that I always used to get was, oh, well, they don't, they only make $3 an hour. I think on the news, the girl that they interviewed, she said she makes like $1.67 or something wild. I was like, how is that even legal? Like, that's insane to pay someone $1 and some change an hour. Like, how? But that was always the response that I got was that, they don't make a lot of money. They only make like $3 an hour. And so whatever. And I've always felt like not, not to like be callous or cold or inconsiderate of the person that is like, the wait staff, but it's like I don't feel like that should be my problem as the customer to make up for the fact that your employer doesn't pay you enough money. And I feel like the onus should be on the employer, on the restaurants to pay their workers appropriately, and then we could avoid this whole situation. But then people were like, oh, well, then the prices for things will go up. The prices are gonna go up regardless. Let's be so for real right now. Like either way, we're gonna be paying the same amount. But I just feel like on paper, you should not be making $1.67. Like what in the world? In 2024? Tell me how that makes sense to get paid $1.67. Please make it make sense. I hate that tip. Yeah. And that's the other part that's crazy is that then they go and tax the tips. Like you want us to give them tips because you won't pay them what they deserve. And then you go and tax the tips. Like, really? That is something that bothers me because the majority of companies are multi-billion dollar places that can exactly. Prefer to leave a cash tip if I can, yeah. And then even then, sometimes that doesn't work because I haven't worked places, but I've had friends or family members who have worked places where if they get a cash tip, they're supposed to put it in like, I don't know if it's like literally a jar, but they're supposed to put it somewhere like, to the side. And all of the wait staff's tips get put into like a pot, basically. Excuse me, and then they either will split whatever's in the pot at the end of the night evenly, which isn't really fair because if you got, I don't know, let's say you got a $20 tip and somebody else might have only got like a $2 tip. Now you got to split your $20 tip with this other person. So, like, that's not necessarily fair. And then other times I've heard where same deal where you have to take your cash tips and you basically put it, everybody puts theirs in a pot. And instead of like splitting it evenly, you will still somehow, I guess you like, enter it into a system somewhere, whatever, some kind of way you're keeping track of how much you got, but then you only get a percentage of whatever it is you got. So like if you got that, let's say you got, I don't know, $100 worth of tips for the night, you might only walk away with, let's say, I don't know, 70% of that. And so the restaurant takes that, which again is strange. I don't understand. So yeah. Even cash tips, they find a way to not give the worker what they rightfully have earned. In high school, my friends had waiter jobs and their tips were taxed more if it's digital and less if it's cash. I learned to slip it under the plate or tray so it can't be taxed. It's like almost, it's almost like you have to like try to like slide it to them like it's drugs or something, like you're doing like a drug transaction and hope that they just like don't put it in the pot with the rest of the money. Which then it's like, okay, well, now we're getting into like their integrity and their honesty, but like the system isn't designed to help them be honest. It's just really sad. Hi, Jean. Hanging out at Michael's, accidentally brought 2 extra projects. Nice. Was it really an accident? Tip your bartender or they might drink your blood. I think delivery person in the past were not legally hired. In New York, most are still without cars. Really? Interesting. Hmm. I did not know that. Maybe okay, when I say delivery person, I'm specifically talking about like the services that we have now, things like DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats. Like that's what I was specifically talking about. Not like if you ordered pizza from like Domino's 20 years ago. I'm talking about like the services that we have now, where you have like an app and you can like order online, like that kind of thing. I don't think we have dedicated shampoo girls here. I think all the newbies are all at the local beauty school, which you can go to. Okay. Don't forget book club tonight. Ooh, fun. I just don't because I'm so specific about what I mean when I say just trim it. I literally mean 1 centimeter, not an inch. And my girl knows that. But she also knows if I walk in and say to chop it, it means I'm donating again. That's good that you have someone that like understands. You don't have to like try to explain it to them. You don't have to be like worried that they're gonna cut too much off. Prices are going up, salaries are staying the same, so I need people to stop with that. Facts. 100% facts. And they're like, "Oh yeah, cut what was it like a half a point they cut down for the interest rates." And I'm like, "That's great, but I'm gonna need to see it reflected in the prices on the shelves, okay?" You let me know when that happens. A lot of places have pool tips too now. Yep. So even if your tip is for great service, someone who doesn't give as great service is getting the same. Exactly. Exactly. Restaurant workers in Canada make at least minimum wage, but I still always tip even for fast food. My husband thinks we should only tip for dine-in, so I usually just pay on my card so I can tip. Sometimes they split it based on hours worked. Like if you work more hours than someone else, you would get more in tips, which is still interesting because if I was only here, let's say I was only at work for like 2 hours and somebody else is at work for 6 hours. If I managed to get $200 in tips for my 2 hours and you were here for 6 hours and you only got, I don't know, $40, why should I have to split my money with you? I worked my tables. You didn't work my tables. I don't care how long you were here. Delivery service drivers don't make a lot at all, I believe. It goes back to what I was saying, like, that shouldn't be the case. They should be getting paid what they deserve, and I don't think it should be on the customer to make up the difference for what the employer chooses, and we allow the employer not to pay them. You can't tip at a lot of fast food places, at least in the US. Like, if you're at a McDonald's and you try to give a tip, it has to go yeah, they have, like, the little box right there by the little, cash register thing. The amount they get is based on how much the order is, which doesn't even cover the cost of gas. Interest and see that's the problem. Like these are the things that we should be changing rather than the gratuity percentage going up every couple of years. Like I remember when I was in high school, I think gratuity was like 10% maybe. Like that was like the standard. It's not like it's written down somewhere, but like the standard was like 10%. I feel like now it's like 20% and up. And I'm just like, how did we get to 20% gratuity for mediocre service? It's like the expectation is that you will give 20% gratuity for any, dining experience that you get, regardless of whether or not the service was actually good. And like the fact that they're not getting paid like like a living wage, like Hillary mentioned earlier, or like what you're saying about the fact that delivery, drivers are only getting a percentage of whatever the order is, and that doesn't even cover gas. That is that's what needs to be addressed. We need to do something about that and stop just letting the employer pass off their responsibility of paying their workers to us. Well, thanks, Nightbot. This is good. This is like juice. Let's see. As someone who worked in fast food at several places, we were not allowed to accept tips. Wow. See, and that's terrible too. I don't know if it's everywhere in the city, but mainly places the delivery person still works for the restaurant. Uber Eats drivers don't make nearly as much as regular Uber. Yeah, I believe that. I will say when I went to a work conference earlier this year, I hope our girl got the full 200 cash tip because the meal was on work and was over $800. Wow. And we were rowdy. So I hope she got that money. Ooh, a $200 tip is nice. And that $200 tip was on top of the tip we put on the company card. Oh, nice. You can write gas. Really? Oh, you mean like for the drivers? I thought you meant like just right. I was like, wait a minute, I can put my gas on my taxes. It's an old habit, tradition being taken advantage of by modern businesses and consumers being unaware and not thinking to push the government to change minimum wage for gigs. Yeah. I've always had an issue with this. I've had an issue with this for years. So it was just really interesting, like seeing it on the news and seeing it get to like a national level. I was like, oh, okay, people are finally thinking what I've been thinking for the last 10 years. Felt very validated, It was a good feeling. Switching gears a little bit, since just because the last two comments that came in that I can see anyway were from Elise's and Lachette. I just wanted to bring to y'all's attention because I don't know if you guys saw this, but the book, the book, the memoir, they took it down from Amazon. And I also recently saw a video where they were talking about a post that the kids made saying that the book basically was rubbish and their mother didn't write that. But now the book is back. They were saying like it's uncredible or whatever. But now the book is back online, back on Amazon. So what is happening? Like why does this book keep like disappearing? Like what's happening? Are they trying to keep us from reading it? I don't understand. Tips are often split with all the staff, not just your wait set. Yeah. And that's the other thing too. Like I would feel more comfortable if like the people that are in the kitchen were getting a little something something because I feel like they're the ones making they're the ones not poisoning you. Like, thank you so much for not poisoning me. Here's a tip. Uh, it is. I don't even know what it's called because there's a couple of different renditions of the book, but the main one is basically a memoir that was, I would say, I guess, allegedly written by Kim Porter. But yeah, they keep putting it up and then taking it down off of Amazon, and I don't know why. Like, what are we doing here? Uh, hmm. Could be politics. Yeah, have you seen this? Have you heard about this? Like, but part of the pushback against changing the law is that strippers and other workers people don't feel deserve anything with benefit as well. Oh, well, why? Why why don't they deserve anything? I think the strippers deserve money. I mean, they're doing a job. It's not a job that I would do, but that doesn't mean they don't deserve to get paid. It's a money grab. That's fair. I did see something that said the book was fake. Yeah, like that's what I heard. I heard the kids said that like whoever like because I think the person who put the book out was trying to say that like there was like a flash drive or something that had this information on it, and only certain people had access to the flash drive. But then the kids came out and said basically like our mother would never do that. There is no flash drive. This is rubbish. And so then it got taken down. It was considered uncredible. But it's back on Amazon now because my mom texted me and said that she bought it today. So I don't know what's happening. That's what I'm saying. Like, pay them what they're worth, okay? You may not agree with their lifestyle. That doesn't mean that they're not performing a service. And if there weren't people who wanted the service, they wouldn't have a job, okay? They have a job for a reason. That's all I'm saying. If you have a problem with what they do for a living, you might need to take it up with the people that are requesting said service. I get tired of just watching strippers. I get tired just watching strippers work. Honestly, I get a little jealous and envious because I can't do the things that they do. The amount of strength that they have is absolutely insane. The way that they can just like flip themselves upside down or like hang from things or like they can just hold on and just like I'm just like how are you doing that? How are you defying gravity? How are you defying the laws of physics? I don't understand. Politicians speaking about this is a million. About this, a multi-millionaire or billionaire minimum wage should be more standard. Yes, I agree. Yeah, she was like, "I bought it." I was like, "Okay, I guess it's back." But it was definitely gone for a couple of days because I tried. Like, I think it was on Sunday or Saturday or something. They took it down, and I remember looking for it and I couldn't find it. I told my mom about it. She was like, she couldn't find it. She was like, "Got it when it first came out," and I was like, "Yeah, I guess so because it's gone now." But now apparently it's back. Exactly. Like I don't have, and it's like what part of their body has the strength or has the muscle? Because they don't look like, your traditional like bodybuilders. They don't look like super muscular or toned. They don't necessarily look athletic or have athletic bodies. They look very like slim, lean, skinny, if you will. So I'm just like, where are the muscles? Are they in your arms? Are they in your core? Like where what part of my body do I need to strengthen to get that, to be able to do what they do? How do I do it? Yep, that's what she said. We'll see if it arrives. We'll see if she ever actually gets it, but she said she bought it. The restaurant often takes their own cut. Yep. That's what I was saying earlier is that they'll either put it in a pool of, for the night and then they'll split it evenly, which again isn't fair because some people who didn't work as hard or didn't give as good of a service now get part of my tips. I worked my ass off and now I got to give some of my money to this guy. Like, no. But then other times they'll put it in a pool and you'll you earned, but a percentage of it is taken out. So you might only get like 70 or 80% of what you actually earn, and the restaurant collects the rest, which is crazy. Most strip clubs don't pay them. It's mostly, if not completely, tips. We're not gonna get into sex workers yet. Yeah. This is also the main reason there's taxes on tips. That wasn't a thing when I was a kid. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. You have to borrow it from your mom and give us the review of all the details. We'll see. We'll see. I think their whole body is toned, but especially their core. Yeah. See, I need to work on toning apparently. Because I'm trying to get like them. They literally just look like, see if I can do it in this chair. They'll just be like, and they'll just like spin. I'm just like, how? And they do it in slow motion. I'm like, how are you doing this? Strippers get paid. They get paid. They are so much smarter than us. They work hard, but they also work smarter than a lot of us. Yeah. See, that's my worst area. That's the worst part of my body is my core. Yikes. Maybe there's no hope for me. All right, we are going to get ready to jump into our next sprint. And the watch along is going to be happening in about 8 minutes. So I am going to hop over to the watch along to watch that during this next sprint. Let me get the timer pulled up. Well, first, let me reset it and then we'll pull it up. There we go. Excellent. All right. Switch the screen. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy. Oh, just saying, hey, yes, I heard that because you're in Florida, and I know Cherie was saying that they are like having hurricane. I don't know if it's an active hurricane that's happening or if it's on its way, if it's a watch or a warning. But yes, since you're in Florida, I can imagine that you're probably prepping. So hopefully you and the kiddos and the hubby are staying safe and you guys have all your supplies that you need. I know this is not your first rodeo with hurricanes, so I'm sure you're well prepared. But yes, stay safe, stay dry, stay safe. The book memoir. Which book? I don't know what it's called. I honestly don't know what it's called because after the book came out, there were a bunch of other books that came out that were basically commentaries on the original book. So I don't even know what the real book is called. But it's a memoir that was written allegedly. I feel like I have to add that caveat. Allegedly by Kim Porter. All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading or watching the watch along if that's where you're going to be, because that's where I'm going to be. And we are back. How did everyone do? We did the watch along. It was great. We had a great time. We were chatting. That's why I was a little bit late getting back for this sprint. Because we were chatting about the episode and then about like other random things, which is normally how our watch alongs go. But fun times, fun times. How did you guys do during that sprint? What did you guys get up to? Did you guys get some good reading done? I also ate a little bit. I'm not super hungry because I had like a late lunch. So I wasn't that hungry, but I did eat a little bit of dinner. I probably finished it at like 10 o'clock at night randomly when I get hungry. Oh, that's something spilled out of the straw. And that was my sprint. Let's see, where did we? Lachette went off to her live on Facebook. Let me take this banner off the screen. Let me see. Aaliyah kept reading. This mom is on my hit list. Oh no. Porter. Porter is her last name. I got season 1, episode 8 of TVD on Stefan is such an info. Hello, Courtney. Hello to Courtney. Hello to Glenda. Got to 89% and started setting up for my sprints. Excellent. Didn't read, took a shower, and got some dinner. Very nice. What did you have for dinner? Unrelated question. Has anyone watched, what is it called? Monsters on Netflix? The Menendez boys, that story. Has anybody else watched this show? Because I feel like it's a lot that happens that I wasn't prepared for. Like, this is the show that needs to come with trigger warnings, okay? And I feel traumatized watching it because I didn't know what I was getting myself into. And I just need to know if anybody else has seen this and felt the same way, or is it just me? Am I the only one? I was doing some coloring while watching the episode. Very nice. Broccoli and cheddar soup and kettle chips. Nice. Did you make it yourself or did you buy it from somewhere? Haven't watched it, but I want to. I've seen part of it so far, mainly the end, since that's where my mom was in the show. Oh no! So you saw the end of it. I don't even know what episode I'm on. I have no idea. I want to think that I'm like on episode 6 or 8, somewhere around there. I'm not exactly sure, but that show, I think part of the problem is that I didn't know the story before watching it. I am a serial killer girly. So I don't know, because they're not serial killers, I don't know a whole lot about them. I didn't even know that they like killed their parents or whatever. I heard the name before. I knew that they were killers of some sort, but I didn't know like what exactly they did. But like the trauma that is in this book, oh, oof. The childhood trauma in this, did I say book? Childhood trauma that's in this show, it's a lot. Ryan Murphy did not stray away from the honest, brutal truth that is these people's life story. I also heard though that they, like the brothers themselves, like made a statement from prison saying that they didn't like the show and that it wasn't accurate. But then I also heard somewhere else that like they've never actually seen it. So it's like if they haven't seen the show, how can you say that it's not accurate? But then also Ryan Murphy was like, most of the stuff, the majority, like the overwhelming majority of the stuff that's in the show is stuff that either came from like transcripts or like previous documentaries that they've been a part of or interviews that they've done or whatever. So it's like, how can you argue and say that it's not true when a lot of the information that is in here is like already out there for people to see? So yeah, it's been an interesting thing kind of watching the real life side of things. But the show is just, there's also, it's very graphic. So if you are someone who can't deal with like graphic violence, do not watch this show. It is very graphic. And there's also like full on nudity, which I was not expecting. Like it's Netflix, and I didn't realize that Netflix was doing that. It reminded me of like, I remember when I was a kid, you would have to like pay for like those special channels like HBO or like Cinemax and stuff like that. You have to pay for those channels to get content that was like full nudity and stuff. And like now Netflix is just like putting it out there. So if you have children, I recommend like maybe putting like child locks or parental locks or whatever it's called on your Netflix account if your kids have access to it, because right now that show is like in the top 10 or whatever. So if your kid like were to go onto Netflix, it probably will be one of the first thing that pops up. And if they decide to watch it, I don't recommend that they don't watch it, that they watch it without a parent. I feel like if they're gonna watch it, they absolutely need like parental supervision with them, because I need it. I should have had parental supervision with me when I watched it. And I'm 30, okay? It should have trigger warnings, but I knew the case already, so I wasn't surprised. See, I didn't. I didn't. I wish I did. I'm a true crime nerd, as the girls at work found out last week. They keep going, there's a serial killer who, and I would instantly know the name. See, serial killers are different, but this story is just, I don't even know what to make of this story. You know what I mean? Like, it's, ooh. And I'm like only halfway through it, and I'm already just like, oh my gosh, like my brain is spinning. I went to like watch something on Netflix today, because I usually like will watch TV when I eat lunch. It's kind of like my break. If I'm like really into a book, then maybe I'll listen to like an audiobook or something when I eat. But most of the time, that is like the only time of day that I will actually watch TV is when I'm eating. So for lunch, I went to go turn something on, and I was like, well, I'm in the middle of the, Menendez story or whatever. I guess I'll watch that. And I was there was a part of me that was like kind of dreading it. I was like, oh, gotta get back into this. And then I saw that, I looked at the date and I was like, ooh, today's the 25th. That means that there are new episodes that dropped for The Circle. And I was like, whew, I can watch The Circle. I don't have to watch Monsters. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I think I need a mental break from that show, because that was a lot. Oh yeah, this is Nightbot saying thank you for hanging out. Well, they were throwing out like one time crimes, and I would also know. Oh, really interesting. Oh, so you're like super deep into that stuff. Hello, Kiana. How are you? How's it going? There was something else that I was gonna. Oh, also on the news I was watching today, they were talking about like jobs. And they were saying that like there are like startup companies and stuff that are I guess supposed to be like really big in the future or whatever. But they were talking about, from that they started talking about like job interviews and the kind of questions that companies will like ask you in a job interview. And one of the questions that they said is like a big, like a, I don't know, a highlighted question that I don't know if it's becoming more popular that people are, that companies are asking this question, or if it's a question that companies feel like is like really important to ask or something like that. But one of the questions was, teach me the hardest thing that you know how to do, which I thought was just a strange question, because most interviews, I mean, I guess the purpose of it to see if you know how to like articulate complicated concepts. But one, I feel like that's something you need to give somebody time to prepare for. Like, you can't just ask somebody on the spot, teach me the hardest thing that you know how to do. Depending on who you're talking to, like, I don't know if I have time to teach you like advanced physics. Is that? I'm trying to think, what was the other question? Oh, the other question was like, how, like, why, not why do you want to work here, but it was something like, what excites you about the company or something like that. And it reminded me of a video that I saw on Instagram. And the lady said something when they asked her a question similar to that. They were like, "Oh, what do you like about this job?" But she said something like, "What I like about this job is that it's not my old job," which is what I'm trying to get away from. And it just reminded me of that video. But yeah, I just think that's such a strange question to ask. Like, what are you excited about the company? And again, I guess I understand like the concept behind asking that question, because I think in part they're trying to see how passionate you are about whatever the company is or whatever the company does. If it's a product, you're passionate about the product, because I guess they assume that there is some correlation between people who perform well and the people who are like really passionate about the job. But I don't think those two things necessarily go together. I mean, I get it. There's probably some relationship there. But I think just because somebody's really passionate about the product or really passionate about the company doesn't guarantee that they're going to be a good worker or, a good employee. Doesn't mean they're going to be good at their job. And then in the inverse, I think that just because someone isn't super passionate about the company or the product or whatever doesn't mean that they are going to be bad at their job. They might actually be really good at their job. So it just seems like a weird question to ask in an interview, and for that to be a deciding factor as to whether you hire somebody, as to whether or not how passionate they are about the company. Like, who cares about the company? I'm coming here to do a job, make money. Why does it matter how much I'm passionate about it? And I think too, it's almost like a trap, because if you are somebody who is like super gung ho, super passionate about this company, this product, this whatever, then you are probably less like, when I say it's a trap, I say that because you're probably less likely to leave the job. So if there's a job that is worried about like retention rate, they might be looking for people who are like really gung ho about the product, really, passionate about the company, because they're hoping that because you're so passionate about this, we can keep you locked in here for 20 years and we won't have to, rehire someone. And I don't think that anybody should stay at a job for 20 years unless you're getting some banging ass retirement benefits. But otherwise, there's really no reason to stay at a job for longer than like 2 to 5 years. It's time to start looking, moving up the chain. If you're not getting promoted, you're not getting raises. Well, you might be getting raises, but if you're not getting promoted and moving up, there's no need to stay. Don't try to lock me into a 20-year contract. Don't do that. So I just thought that was an interesting question that they brought up during that interview. Or, during they were talking about interview questions on the news or whatever. Let me see. Where did I leave off? I think it was right here. They were talking about Brian Koberger. Is that how you say that without saying his name? But they were talking about the crime vaguely, and you just like knew who it was. That's wild. And I knew instantly he started talking about the evidence that they have and how they caught him. That's wild. Courtney is watching TV. What are you watching? I've never been asked that question. Yeah, I've never been asked that question either. I think I have prepared for like similar questions. Like when I worked at Morgan Stanley, like I was prepared when I did that interview to answer like, I think because I like went on like Glassdoor or somewhere, I don't know where I went, but I went somewhere and I had looked up like, interview questions that they asked at Morgan Stanley or whatever. And like some of the questions were things like, what do you know about the company, or what are the core values of the company and how do you embody them? Like stuff like that. So like I had answers prepared. But that's because that's just the person that I am, where I'm going to look stuff like that up ahead of time, and not everybody does that. Some people go into interview expecting that they're going to be asked normal questions that they could actually answer on the spot. But yeah, I can't say that I've ever been asked like why I'm passionate about it. Or at least not in those words. Maybe that's what they were getting at, but I can't say that I've ever been asked that. But I just thought it was interesting that like that is a question that companies, I guess, are asking more now. Like that's like a more common question, I guess. I'm just like, what difference does it make if they're passionate? Oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to trap people. You're trying to figure out who are the people that aren't gonna leave. Finished my book and my stream was way behind, but I rated it 3 stars. Sadly, the last 20% kind of ruined it. Oh no! It was going so well. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, 3 stars isn't bad, but it seemed like you were really having like a good time with this book until, like you said, the last 20%. Sounds like they want you to that too could be that. That is also true. They're looking for people that they can hire at like a lower pay because you're new, but then give you a bunch of responsibility as if you've been here for a long time because you're so passionate. But I don't have time to teach you. That's what I'm saying. Like, what a weird question to ask. Like, teach me the hardest thing you know. Like, I don't think I can do that in the 30-minute or hour slot that we have to do this interview. Pretty sure there are other questions that either you have for me or I have for you. I don't have time for this. Like, what excites me having exactly that's what the lady, she was like, what excites me is the fact that this is not my old job. I thought that was so funny. I was like, facts. Hello to Kiana. I hate, why do you want to work here? I don't exactly, like I don't want to work here, but I have bills to pay. So here we are. Hello, Glenda. Time to go walk my pup before he destroys. Yes, please walk the pup. We don't want anything destroyed. Stick at work till get. Oh no, I'm sorry. Hopefully you can just like hang out and like watch videos or listen to music or something. But it's going well. It's going well. I have always felt interviews don't actually contribute to how exactly. So then asking those kind of stupid questions, I'm just like, this doesn't really tell you if they're going to be good at their job. Like, ask questions so that you know if they're going to actually be good at their job. Like, that's what you should be worried about. Yeah. See, it's time to move out. You know, it's time to go. 8 years is too long, especially at your age. 8 years is way too long. No one is really their true self during those because obviously we know I put our best stuff out there to get the job. Doesn't really show work ethic. Yep, that's so true. I hate the mentality of you should want to be here at work because I'm here. I have bills. I want us to be in bed. Yep. What's keeping me here is that I have a great benefit and 100% work from home. Well, that's nice. I'm scared to leave because I don't want to be in the office. Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair. Although I do think that now it is much more common to find jobs. I mean, I guess it depends on like what your industry is, like what your, skill set is, or what it is that you want to do when you're looking for a job. That could maybe make or break that. But there are a lot of jobs that are, if they're not fully remote, like fully work from home, they're at least like a hybrid schedule, like how my job is, where I'm only in 2 days a week, depending on the week. If there's, something that comes up or whatever where they need everybody in the office, that's different. But for the most part, I only have to go in 2 days a week, which isn't bad. Hello, Alicia. Just joining. Finished my storm prep. Oh wait, what state are you in? Because I know Rainy is in Florida and Cherie is in Atlanta, and they were both talking about the hurricane. So what state are you in? Put the kiddos to bed, made my bed, and now eating a peanut butter and honey uncrustable. Then reading the flat share. Nice. I don't think I've ever had peanut butter and honey before. That's different. I've been at my job for almost 4 years, and they know better than to put me on training someone. I don't train well. I explain it once, and that's all you're getting from me. So you better memorize what I said. Oh, definitely in the locker room. Like I'm not still here. My job is union. Main reason I'm still here. That's fair. I would love to work from home. Oh no, are you in office or whatever kind of space you work in? Do you have to go in 5 days a week? I don't need the existential crisis right now. Listen, I'm telling you, this is the time to get out there, spread your wings and fly. Didn't read, fell asleep on the couch and took a nap. Gonna be up tonight. Yep. That's what happens to me. I hate when I fall asleep. If I take a nap after, I'm gonna say after 4. If it's 4 o'clock or later and I take a nap, I'm gonna be up all night. I just ruined my sleep pattern by doing that. Okay, you're in Florida too. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, definitely stay safe. Hopefully you have all your supplies and have everything you need. And it's your contract right now, which was the deal for the pay for my certification. Nice. And that's the other reason why I would say, like, if you're at a job for a long time, if they're like paying for something like there's another one of my friends had a job where they were like helping to like they had some kind of program that they were enrolled in that had to do with like their student loans. So like that will be a reason to stay somewhere if they're helping to pay off your loan, or if they're like if you're currently in school and they have like tuition reimbursement and they're paying for you to get a degree, stuff like that. Like those would be the reasons why you could stay like maybe longer than like let's say 5 years. But unless you have like I said like a banging ass retirement program package, I don't see a reason to stay at a job longer than 5 years. And they actually, I think studies have shown that at least I'm going to say in the last 10 years, I can't really speak for anything prior to like 2010, but from like 2010, 2015 on, studies have actually shown that people make more money faster when they change jobs every like 2 years, roughly. So, oh, nice. Love that. To be honest, I would not have to move if I wanted to switch jobs. It's such a rural area that there are really no other. And yeah, that also factors into it is where you're located. Excuse me. If you're located in an area where there aren't a ton of opportunities, that could also be a reason to not move around. But if you're located in an area that's like near, like a bustling city or something, like LA, Chicago, New York, Atlanta, like those kind of, I mean, there are plenty of other places, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio. There are plenty of places that are like, kind of like meccas for different types of industries, whether it's finance or technology or government jobs, stuff like that. Then you definitely have a lot more opportunities. Never want to go in the office again. I feel that. I feel that. I don't mind getting out of the house. It's not my favorite thing to do, But I figure I can do it twice a week. It's not that serious. It's not that deep. And it gives me a reason to leave my house. Otherwise, I would never leave my house. Now I know that you have like kids, so you're probably like taking them back and forth to like rehearsals and different things, whatever. So you have plenty of things to like get you out of the house. If I didn't have to go to work, I would probably never leave the house because I don't have a reason to. Everything that I do, everything that I need is right here in the house. Not at least. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Did not thrive during the pandemic. I worked in fast food and it was hell on earth. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I mean, thank you for doing that. I'm sure that the people in the town that you worked in are very grateful for that, but I'm very sorry because I can only imagine what that was like. That was the other thing that they were talking about with the tipping. They I just you saying that just reminded me. They were saying on the news about the tipping situation that they feel like the pandemic had a lot to do with why tipping has gotten so out of control now, because they were saying that with all the different like government assistance that was going out, whether it was people just getting checks or people qualifying for different like tax breaks or whatever the case was, unemployment, all these different things, there was so much relief effort happening. People were, people had so much money, people's bills were being put on hold, student loans were deferred, all this kind of stuff. They had so much extra money during the pandemic that they were willing to tip people like fast food workers or delivery drivers or whatever, basically to thank them for going out and doing what they do when they could be at home, scared in the house, protecting themselves just like everybody else is, but they're out here, in these streets in the trenches delivering food or making food, or if you're a pharmacist or whatever it is that you're doing, a healthcare worker, whatever. It was basically like a thank you for being out here in this so that I don't have to be out here in this kind of thing. But now that the pandemic is like over, so to speak, because COVID is still here, but it's not, I guess, like, to the extent that it was before. Now that the pandemic is over, people don't have as much free money like they had before. And so they're like, let's reel it in now. Let's reel in this tip thing because I ain't got it like that. I'm not rolling in dough like I used to be. Work in an office, but usually I am the only one there, maybe, since we don't deal with the public and everyone else works in a hybrid schedule. So I love the quiet and the comfort of my little cubicle. And that is true too. There are some people who actually like going into the office because other people like are working from home. Especially like I knew this happened a lot, especially like during the pandemic. There were a lot of people who wanted to go into the office because if they had to stay home all day with their spouse or had to stay home all day with their kids, they would lose their mind. So they were like choosing to go into the office. And it wasn't like an inconvenience to them because the office was quiet because mostly everybody else was staying home. So it was a nice, like, quiet place to kind of get away, be able to focus, but also like not necessarily have your boss or anybody else like hounding you or looking over your shoulder or micromanaging you. So yeah, there are definitely people who enjoy going into the office. Yeah, I have all the supplies. Good. But this will be my first hurricane without hubby at home. Oh no, he's on a business trip. Don't think it'll be as bad as Irma though. That one made me go into labor. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, yes, let's hope that it's not that bad. Oh no. Yeah, I live in the cornfields of Ohio. Oh my gosh. There's nothing here. That sounds terrifying. So yeah, maybe just stay where you're at. Sorry, Lexi, people can be jerks. Yes, this is true. I'm sure they were not grateful during the pandemic. Your Wendy's was not a necessity. Go home and cook. I mean, they probably appreciated the fact that they didn't have to cook, you know? You're out here in these streets so that they don't have to be. Yeah, it is. It really is. I agree. Tipping is out of control. Everyone. Yep. 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 Pandemic was fine because my kiddos were tiny. They were 3 and 1. Oh, that's good. I get maximum reading done at the office. My manager works in a different state, so I have no one micromanaging. It's amazing. Get my work done, and that's it. Exactly. Exactly. There are a lot of people who feel like that. Now, excuse me, as they try to bring more people into the office, that becomes less of the case. But at one point, when people were fully remote because of the pandemic and you had the option, most people weren't going to take the option to go in if they didn't have to. So those people who were trying to escape their wives or escape their husband or escape their children were like, oh, I'm going into the office because it was peaceful there. It was wild going to a theme park for the first time after the pandemic. They reopened with limited capacity and social distancing. I have not been to a theme park. Dang, I don't even I don't know what year was the last time I went to a theme park? Hmm. I genuinely have no memory of when the last time was that I went to a theme park. This is gonna bother me now. I feel like I don't know my own life. What was the last theme park that I went to? I don't really go to theme parks because I don't ride roller coasters. So I find going to theme parks pointless and a waste of money because you spend all this money to get in. And then for me, like I don't ride the rides and it's like baking hot. So you're burning and baking to death in the sun. So it's just not a fun time for me. The food is overpriced. The games are all rigged. Like it's just not a fun time for me to go to the theme parks. I don't even know when the last time was that I went. Oh wow, that's crazy. Was I in high school? I don't know. That wasn't a theme park, that was like a carnival, and even that was like in 2014. It's probably been at least a decade since I've set foot in a theme park, which is crazy to think about. No, not when the same people come through every day to order the same thing. You don't need 6 large drinks of water at home. Maybe they were buying 6 large drinks for the 6 people that are living in their house. Last time I went to a theme park, yeah, that's why I'm like, I think it was like 2014. And like I said, that wasn't a theme park. We went to like a carnival or something. I don't even know where the heck we were. I think it was a carnival. And I think that was 2014, maybe. Yeah, I don't really remember going to a theme park. It probably was Disney World. And if it was Disney World, that was a really long time ago because that was probably like 2009 or something. Jeez, I don't even know. I'll have to think on that because I really don't know. It seems impossible that it's been that long, but also I can't think of a single memory that will be more recent. So I don't know. Well, thanks, Nightbot. Good stuff. I got an annual pass for Universal after they reopened, and I go once a month. Oh, nice. That's cool. We're about to finish season 3. That's exciting. That's actually very exciting. But now you're gonna get into the territory where Elena is like super annoying. So good luck with that. Oh yeah, I mean I haven't been in a really long time, but I've been to Universal. Anytime I go to Disney, I usually also go to Universal. I used to go a lot. Like when I was younger, we used to go. I've probably been to Universal and Disney. I'm gonna say at least like 4 or 5 times, probably. But like I said, I don't think I've been since like 2009. Yeah, yeah, because I haven't been to King's Dominion since high school. Haven't been to Six Flags probably since high school. And Disney, I think was also high school. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can't. I'm pretty sure that I didn't go to any theme parks when I was in college, and I'm fairly certain that I haven't been to any theme parks since I've been out of college. So high school had to have been the last time. Future group Disney trip in the future. I feel that. I feel that. But yeah, I do like Universal. I like Universal more than any other theme park because Universal doesn't have as many roller coasters. They have more like attractions than they have roller coasters. So I do prefer Universal over almost anything else except Disney because I like to like see the castle and like the little fireworks show they do at the end of the night. I like that. Went to the theme park about 3 weeks ago and rode 3 rides. Nice. What theme park did you go to? I don't ride. Yeah, I'm not about that life. Yeah, I like it. I know that they've changed a lot of stuff because when I used to go to Universal, my favorite ride, I'll tell you my favorite ride and then my least favorite ride. And by ride, I mean like again, like an attraction, like something where you just like sit in a cart and it like drives you through or whatever. Um, my favorite one was the Spider-Man one. That was I used to look forward to that. Anytime we would go to Universal, like that was my favorite thing to do was to do the Spider-Man ride where it would like take you through the city and they would like spray water at you and it was like 3D, like that was so much fun. My least favorite ride, and I actually forgot about this until this year when the movie came out, or like the new movie came out. But Twister, they had a Twister attraction, and I remember I went. I think it was the year that the first movie came out. We went, and I cried. I literally cried. And you don't even do anything. You just stand there, and there's like a set in front of you, and you stand there and you basically watch them turn it into like a fake Twister or whatever. Like basically what they did on the set for the movie. You basically watch them do it like in front of you. And I don't know why, but I cried. Like literally tears, like crying. And that ride's so embarrassing. I'm just like, what was wrong with me? But yeah, that was my least favorite. I don't do many roller coasters. Are we hydrating? We are now. They change. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I heard that they changed a lot of things. Oh, what just happened? Okay. Not sure what just happened, friends. I'm assuming that you guys can still hear me, but I don't know why my camera just went off. That was bizarre. Huh. Okay. 1 second. Please hold. I don't understand what's going on. Let's see if I need to change the battery. That really shouldn't matter. I wish I had like some elevator music while you wait. Or like that music that they play like when you're on the phone on hold for something. Let's see if this fixes the problem. Okay. I think that might have fixed the problem, potentially. Let's try that again. Okay. Oh. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, maybe not. This is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why. Oh, wait, just kidding. Okay. Oh, super zoomed in. Awkward. Zoom that bad boy out. There we go. Turn it this way. All right, we're back. I don't know why that happened. I think my battery died, which doesn't make any sense because the camera was plugged in. So it's kind of hard for the battery to die if it's charging. Like what? Anyway, what was I even talking about before that just happened? Did I do my sip sip? I don't even remember if I did it. We're gonna do it again, even if I did. Delicious. Let's see. People here in California got wild when the company started to require them to go into work. People were, yeah, there are a lot of people that like retired, like just in general in the country. The retirement like went up because people basically had the option to retire or return to the office, and people were like, "F that, I'm just gonna retire." So yeah, and then a lot of people like quit and tried to find jobs that were like work from home, like fully remote. Yeah, there was a lot of turnover at companies when they started trying to require people to come into the office. My friend drives the tram. Oh, nice. That's cool. I will be scared to do that, but that's cool for them. Overdue for a theme. I am. You're right. I am. I think the last one I went to a theme park was Disney in 2015 for a high school band trip. Nice. Yeah. We went in August. He gave us fast passes. Nice. High school was one of the last bands allowed to perform in the Magic Kingdom's night parade. Oh wow, that's cool. Universal Orlando no longer has Twister. Now it. It is now Race Through New York with Jimmy Fallon. Oh, huh. Interesting. Well, I'm glad they got rid of Twister because that was a traumatizing experience for me as a kid. So, not sorry to see it go. They did have Twister attraction, very boring, nothing like the real tornado. Well, I'm glad because if I cried during the attraction, imagine how I would be if a real tornado was happening. That's a good. Yeah, yeah, it is. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Yeah, I figured the microphone was still working. I have no idea. No, I didn't turn it off. It was like a thing that popped up and was like, "We lost connectivity to your camera," and I was like, "Well, why did you do that? Like, the camera's plugged in. Like, why did you lose connectivity?" Thanks. He hooked us up. It was good for up to 6 people. Oh, nice. For certain rides, he gave us 6 passes. That's awesome. Hello, Rachel. Yes, I'm having a wonderful day. I hope that you are also having a wonderful day. Lots of those people here that retired during the pandemic are looking for jobs again. Ooh, because they realize retirement isn't enough to live on. That is true. That is true. Especially depending on like what retirement plan you had. Yeah. With inflation, yeah. In the Midwest, you go outside and watch a tornado. Oh no. Nope. I will watch it from my eyelids with my eyes closed in the basement hiding. Have you seen Wizarding World? I have not. I have not. I don't think that that existed the last time I went down there. Also, to be fair, I've never seen or read Harry Potter, so even if I had gone down there, I probably wouldn't have gone to that because I wouldn't have understood anything that I was looking at. But I'm pretty sure that that did not exist the last time that I was down there. I'm pretty positive. With that, we have reached the end of the comments. We're going to do one final sprint. I think we'll make this one a shorter sprint just because it's already like kind of late. So I'm going to move up the timer. There we go. All right, let me switch it around. Move myself over here. Yep, never seen it, never read it. Hello to Rachel. All right, we're going to do this last 30 minute hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? What did you guys get up to? I did some editing, and I think this video is going to be longer than I thought it was going to be. I fully thought that this video was like average length for my reading vlogs, which is usually about 20 minutes. I thought it was going to be like average, if not shorter. And I think it might end up being longer. I am still going through the first rough cut of everything where I'm watching it at 2x speed. So I have to go back through once I kind of do the first rough cut and probably cut out more stuff because this is turning out to be a little bit longer than I wanted it to be. So yeah, I'll have to go back and to see if there's things that I can cut out. Didn't get as far into editing as I would have liked to, not just specifically in that sprint, but just in general for today. I wanted to get a little further into this video because I really want this video to go up tomorrow, and I don't feel like having to edit this tomorrow. I was hoping that I could finish it today so that I don't have to do it tomorrow, but that's not going to happen because it's 10 o'clock at night. So that's not happening. But yeah, this is one of the videos that I am probably most excited about. Is that the word I want to use? Excited? I guess we can use that word. It's just there's a clip in this video that I'm just really just still can't believe that it even exists. And so I've been holding on to this clip since June probably. And it's wow, now it's finally time to edit this video. This is happening. So yeah. I haven't even gotten to that part of the video editing wise, but yeah. I haven't even looked at the video since June because I'm just this isn't real. This isn't happening. So this will be my first time seeing it in 3 months. It's gonna be crazy. Okay. Alicia said Universal Orlando is going to be opening up a third theme park, Epic Universe, in 2025. What is that going to be? What is Epic Universe? What's the concept of that? 3 out of 4 of my uncles are tornado spotters for the county. So we grow up to not be scared of them and how to stand outside in them and know when you really do need to go in the basement. Oh wow, I would just always be in the basement. That's my motto. Always be in the basement. Nice. Congrats. What did you rate it? Oops. Yes, congrats for finishing. Got to page 22 of The Hunting Wives. Okay. That was one of the first books. When I first started reading, that was one of the first books that I remember hearing about on BookTube. But I've heard mixed things. So I never actually ended up buying it or even putting it on my TBR because I just wasn't sure. So yeah, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts once you finish this as to whether or not you feel like this is something you would recommend. 30% left in the accomplice, but I took a nap so I can stay up to finish. Thanks for this, friends. You're welcome. Finished my graphic novel and my coloring page. Nice. Nice, Atia. Worked on my book journal. Excellent. Almost home. What are we talking about? Just what we did during the sprint. Finished season 3. Oh no, son got sick. This will be a fun night. Oh, is it a stomach bug type thing, type of sick, or is it a cold? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? What do we suspect? Excited for the video. I love. Yeah, so this is another book rec one. This is the Vampire and the Witch, or a Vampire and a Witch, because I have other Vampire and Witch recs that will come out later at some point. But I'm trying to do 2 at a time. You're welcome. Enjoy your evening as well. Hopefully your son feels better. Yes, remember to hydrate. And yes, please hit the like button. Epic Universe will have 5 different portals that lead you to different lands. Harry Potter, How to Train Your Dragon, Dark Universe, Super Nintendo. Oh my gosh, that's going to be fire. And Celestial Park. So what is Dark Universe? I find it strange that How to Train Your Dragon gets its own world. That I didn't realize had such a I don't know, fandom or cult following, whatever you want to call it, that it gets its own world. That's not what I was expecting. But what is Dark Universe and Celestial Park? Super Nintendo World is going to be fire, though. That sounds like it's going to be lit. Gonna start Vampires of El Norte. Very nice. Yeah, Vampires of El Norte was one of the options for the poll. The first. Not a lot of people voted for it, so I ended up not reading it. But I did say I was going to say this again. I think I said this in the very beginning before we even went into our first sprint. So if you were not here in the very beginning, the poll for book number 4, so this is the fourth and final poll for the month, is up. It is on my Instagram, so you can go vote. Hopefully you vote for the emoji that corresponds to your faction. Best of luck. But yeah, this is the last one, so we'll see what ends up winning. I'm trying to think. Out of the options, I have it written down. Out of the options, who do I want to win? I think. Ooh, that's tough. Okay. I thought I knew the answer, but I actually don't. I actually don't care who wins this one. I don't really have a preference because I actually kind of want to read all of these books pretty like strongly. One of them I need to read because it's part of like a buddy read, so I need to read it anyway. The other one I've just heard good fit from one person in particular who has not recommended me a bad book yet, so I trust the recommendation. One of them is a book that I own that I want to read and have been wanting to read probably since like May, and just haven't gotten around to it yet. And then the fourth one is another one that was recommended to me by someone. I've never taken a recommendation from this person before, but other people that I know have taken recommendations from this person and they say that this person is a good recommender. So fingers crossed. But I mean, I've seen other people talk about the book in general. So I think that it's pretty well received and well liked. So yeah, I wouldn't mind if any of the 4 got chosen, to be honest. Oh no, Christina, feel better soon. Yeah. Dark Universe will be about the universe monster. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I knew you meant. Monsters like Dracula. Interesting. How did you know that, Paco? I've guessed that. How did you know that? How to Train Your Dragon. I've never seen them, but I just didn't realize that they were like as big, big to the point where they would get their own theme park or their own like section of a theme park. Okay. Did not know that was what it was called. It's hard to explain, but if you YouTube Universal Epic Universe, there are videos about it. Okay, okay, I'll have to check that out. Yeah. Hopefully your son feels better, Christina. Hopefully he makes a speedy recovery. But yeah, let me turn this banner off. I think we all know at this point that this is the last sprint. No need to drive the point home. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you guys for being here. Trying to get the video out tomorrow. If it doesn't go out tomorrow, it will definitely be out like Friday. Like it's definitely going out like this weekend for sure because the month is ending. And I also need to get up the last like poll pick vlog, which is why you guys have to vote so I know what book to read so I can read it, vlog it, and edit that and get that out as well. So you definitely will have 2 videos coming soon. One will obviously be sooner than the other. Sprints are on Sunday on my channel, so I'll be back on Sunday. I know I don't normally sprint on Sunday, but because it's the last Sunday of the month, the last Sunday of the readathon, I will be sprinting on Sunday. I think Sunday at 10 o'clock Eastern is when I'll be sprinting. What else? What else is happening? Friday, I believe, is when 24-hour sprints start. So Neva, you know how Neva does her 24-hour sprints. I believe that starts on Friday. And I'm pretty sure all of the people that are a part of 24-hour sprints this time around are all Mystic Readathon hosts. So it's basically Mystic Readathon themed 24-hour sprints, which I don't know, might come in handy, could potentially be useful. I don't know. Up to you. But yeah, recommend going and, saying hello to those friends and hanging out with them, showing them some love. But yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all I have. And then obviously Fablein starts next week, so you'll still see me around. I'll still be around for Fablein stuff. So yeah, I think that's everything from love the classic monster movies. I don't think I've ever seen any of them, to be honest. I mean, I know the story, I know the premise, but I've never actually seen it. You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, thanks guys for being here. I'll see you guys in the next sprint or in the next video or whatever. See you guys somewhere else, on the internet. Bye.